Good morning. We will be beginning shortly, so all the delegates are requested to please take these seats. Good morning, delegates. We'll be starting shortly, so all delegates are requested to please take their seats. Before we start, to ensure the smooth proceedings of this session, I kindly request all the delegates to switch their electronic devices to silent mode or turn them off. Should you require any assistance during the session, the ISA Secretariat staff seated on the right side of the row will be readily available to assist you. May I request all the delegates still out in the foyer area to please enter the ballroom and find the seats. Good morning, Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the International Solar Alliance, it is my privilege to extend a very warm welcome to the opening ceremony of the 5th meeting of the International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region here in Abu Dhabi. The ISA Regional Committee meetings are immensely important platforms for the ISA member countries to come together, address pressing global and regional climate challenges, and engage in productive dialogue surrounding the renewable energy sector. This year, the 5th meeting is being chaired by the People's Republic of Bangladesh, the Regional Vice President of ISA, represented by His Excellency Nasrul Hamid, the State Minister, Ministry of Power, Energy, and Mineral Resources. And we are very grateful to the government of the United Arab Emirates for graciously welcoming us to this beautiful city of Abu Dhabi to host the first in-person ISA Regional Committee meeting for Asia and the Pacific region. Today, we have the honor to have the Minister of Energy and Infrastructure, UAE, His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazuri, to commence the opening ceremony of this meeting. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency to the podium.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, it is with great pleasure that I will welcome you all to Abu Dhabi to participate at the 5th meeting of the International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for Asia and Pacific region. I hope you enjoy stay here in the beautiful city of Abu Dhabi despite the heat. We can do anything about the air conditioning, but unfortunately we cannot fix the temperature during the summer. I congratulate His Excellency Nasr Al-Hamid, State Minister for Power, Energy and Mineral Resources of the People's Republic of Bangladesh on assuming the role of the chair of the meeting. We are honored to host the first in-person regional meeting since the pandemic, offering a real opportunity for the members to network. The United Arab Emirates is a long-standing friend and founding member of the ISA, and we are impressed with the progress it has made over the past years, and we are confident it will continue to grow of the solar energy industry for many years to come. Distinguished guests, we are gathered here today to reaffirm our commitment to promoting clean and sustainable energy solutions. The United Arab Emirates sees renewable, practically solar, as an integral element in our response to climate change. The UAE is the home of the world's largest 3 solar power plants, with many other large-scale projects planned or under development. The United Arab Emirates energy sector has been a major developer to ensure that we are on track to achieve our net zero targets and reflect more progressive climate actions. Earlier this month, we updated the UAE Energy Strategy 2050 that was launched back in 2017 and set ambitious targets for the year 2030, including tripling our renewable energy capacity to reach a total of 14.2 gigawatts by the year 2030, increasing the consumption efficiency of individuals and corporates up to 45% by the year 2050, increasing the contribution of clean energy generation to 32% of our energy mix by 2030, and 38% by the year 2035, achieving a grid emission factor of 0.27 kilogram of CO2 per kilowatt hour, making the UAE one of the lowest emitters grids compared to the global average. We also developed a national hydrogen strategy with the aim to becoming a leading and reliable producer and supplier of low carbon hydrogen. The strategy targets a production of 1.4 million tons of low emission hydrogen per annum by the year 2031, of which 71.4% will be a solar powered green hydrogen. By the year 2050, we aim to increase the production of hydrogen tenfolds to reach a 15 million ton per annum. To meet our goal, we will establish 2 hydrogen oases by the year 2031, each producing clean electricity, and will be increasing the number to 5 oases by the year 2050. We will also develop a leading R&D center for hydrogen technologies by the year 2031, which will become a recognized, hopefully a recognized global innovation center for hydrogen by the year 2050. And we would like to export technologies from the UAE by that time. Both strategies will help position the United Arab Emirates at the forefront of the global energy transition and contribute to leading net greenhouse gases emission by 40% by the year 2030, compared to the business as usual, in line with our target in the 3rd update of the UAE second NDCs. Driving productive cooperation and innovation in our best approach is our best approach to ensure that we are advancing our energy transition at the pace and scale needed to reach our shared goals. In this context, the Green Hydrogen Innovation Center that was launched recently at the G20 Energy Transition Ministerial Meeting is a shining example. It is overseen by ISA with the aim of scaling up green hydrogen technologies and production. Fellow members and partners, as the host of COP28, the United Arab Emirates perceives the global energy transition as the front and center focus of the presidency and will work with all participants to help make a concentrated push to triple renewable energy capacity and double the production of hydrogen by 2030, in line with the global priorities of slashing emissions by 43% by the year 2030 to meet the objective of the Paris Agreement. I extend an open invitation to each and every one of you to join us at COP28 and help us push the energy transition agenda. Together, we can create a world where clean and renewable energy power our economies, safeguard our environment, and ensure better life and generations to come. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Excellency, for your inspiring words and the leadership of the UAE in leading the global clean energy transition. In line with this, the COP28 scheduled to be held in the UAE later in the year will be the first stocktake to assess the progress since the adoption of the Paris Agreement and aims to be a transformational COP for action and a COP for all. I'm delighted to welcome His Excellency Ambassador Majid Al-Suwaidi, Director General and Special Representative of COP28. Please join me in welcoming His Excellency to deliver his remarks.
Excellencies, dear colleagues, thank you for the opportunity to join you today, and welcome to our great country. Allow me to commend the International Solar Alliance for its proactive and visionary leadership in clean energy. The 1,000 strategy of the ISA includes its plan to mobilize $1 trillion for solar energy to the benefit of billions of people, and is deeply welcomed. This strategy aims to put in place 1,000 gigawatts of clean energy by 2030, contributing to a reduction of 1 billion tons of CO2. These goals align very well with the COP28 presidency's recently announced presidential action agenda. Our very first priority is in fact fast-tracking the energy transition. Like the ISA, we recognize that the only sensible, practical route to reducing emissions is building the energy system of tomorrow. The clear answer, therefore, must be to urgently and dramatically invest in clean energy. And that is precisely what we are trying to achieve. We're calling for a tripling of renewable energy, a doubling of energy efficiency, and a dramatic expansion of clean hydrogen by 2030. And we're calling on all oil and gas and industry partners to help us decarbonize existing operations in the meantime. Colleagues, one of the ISA's programmatic areas is on enabling conditions for solar energy. This is something that we're also prioritizing through our work stream on fixing climate finance. We recognize that the critical enablers of clean energy, such as capacities and technologies, are entirely contingent on climate finance. Finance that is typically inaccessible, unavailable, and unaffordable. We're trying to fix this. We're working to unlock trillions in investment. This includes the 100 billion promised by developed countries. It includes the reform of the international financial institutions to get concessional loans moving where they need to be. And it includes bringing private sector partners into the great green tent and encouraging a global surge in renewable energy investments. We want our partners to help us remove red tape and prohibitive policies to ease investments and to make the Global South a prime destination for foreign investment. We want to make the business case that this is the smart thing to do for energy security, for economic growth, and for climate action. Colleagues, in the same spirit, we're also strengthening capacities and unlocking resources by pursuing an inclusive partnership-oriented approach. We want local community groups engaging with private sector partners. We want civil society and young people sourcing solutions. And we're inviting everyone to join us at COP28 and to showcase their successes and discuss their challenges. We want to show the world it is possible to accelerate a clean energy transition, and we will ask for you in the ISA to join us in showcasing what is possible if we work together. Help us build on your successes and encourage ambitious, accelerated action and implementation. Colleagues, I thank you again for the opportunity to join you today, and I look forward to your thoughts and considerations and the outcomes of your discussions. Thank you so much for giving me the chance to speak.
Thank you, Your Excellency. And we really look forward to attending the COP28 at the UAE, and the call to accelerate the clean energy transition is the most relevant at this moment. And I now would like to invite Dr. Ajay Mathur, the Director General, International Solar Alliance, to deliver his remarks for the opening ceremony.
Thank you very much, Yutan. Mr. Al-Mazrui, Minister Hamid, Ambassador Majid, and friends. It's so wonderful to welcome all of you. As was mentioned earlier, this is the first in-person meeting of the Asia Pacific Regional Committee. I'm delighted to welcome all of you, and especially welcome the ministers who are leading their delegations. Ministers from Abu Dhabi and Bangladesh, ministers from Bhutan, Myanmar, Vanuatu, Solomon Islands, and Nepal. May I say how wonderful it is to have all of you here. But we wouldn't have been here but for the warm welcome which our hosts, the Kingdom of Abu Dhabi, have been providing us. The United Arab Emirates has been a leader in the solar area. The fact that you created Masdar, the fact that you have the cheapest solar electricity on the planet makes this a wonderful place to be for all of us. I want to thank you, Mr. Al-Mazrui, Nawal, for having us all here. We have today about 29 member countries in the Asia Pacific region, and all those members are represented here. I thank you again. We are in a part of the world which has seen major changes occurring as far as solar energy is concerned. Whether we take the case of this host country itself, Abu Dhabi, or of India, or of Japan, or of China, which is not a member, but very much in the region, we see major moves ahead. Many of you have already focused on the kinds of interventions which would bring in solar investments in your country. And as the ISA, we stand ready to help all our member countries in enabling that process, proving first to the political leadership that solar energy provides a range of benefits, obviously providing electricity to people who never had it, but also creating jobs, reducing energy imports, and which has a major impact on the macroeconomics of the country, as well as reducing local air pollution. In all our member countries, one or more of these issues will be at the center of concern of the political leadership, and consequently, we remain ready to put in demonstration projects which help create the political will around change. Once you've created the political will, the question that leaders ask is, okay, who will do it? And so we stand ready with capacity building initiatives. We have, I think, till date, trained about 3,000 master trainers, certified master trainers, and stand ready to, well, we've already carried out a lot of in-country training programs, but stand ready to provide more of them so that we can have certified and trained people ready as projects take off. And when projects take off, these people are available. We also have been looking at the issue of financing. This is a critical component, and I hope that the COP28 would provide the leadership to build people around this. The solar industry has received a lot of investment. In the year 2022, this was somewhere in the region of $250 billion globally. This year, it will cross $350 billion. But the problem is that the vast amount of it is invested in the OECD countries and China. All of Africa, for example, has received less than 3% of the total investment. So there is this odd skewedness, odd disparity in the investments that are occurring in the solar industry. And as a group, as the ISA, we stand ready to answer this. So we talked to a lot of investors to find out why is it that investments were not happening in other areas. And the answer that we got, there were two answers that we got, but the principal answer was the investors were not clear whether they would get returns on the investments that they made. Now, this was a challenge for us because on the one hand, there's enough money. There's about $1 trillion to be spent in renewables every year. What is being spent is about $500 billion, 500 billion. So money is not an issue. So what do we do? So we believe that the key is creating guarantees to attract private sector financing into countries. Now, the countries themselves will need to create the kinds of regulations and frameworks that give confidence for this investment to come in. Many of you have already done that. I believe that the presence of global guarantees would help that. As the International Solar Alliance, you asked us last year at our assembly to create such a facility, initially for Africa, and then extend it to Asia and the Pacific, and then extend it to Latin America. Well, we have done so. We have created a facility for Africa. We are now in the process of populating this facility with the resources, the financial resources that are needed. And the first few investments have come in. And I hope that by the time we meet in the assembly this year, we would have financed it properly. But this is as far as the supply of money is concerned. Where will the projects come from? And we therefore need to help create the private sector entrepreneurs who can create these projects. We have in the past year, again, as you asked as the assembly last year, carried out the SolarX Startup Challenge to identify 20 startups in Africa, 20, and again, extend it to Asia Pacific this year and to Latin America the next year, who have been identified on the basis of their initial work. We look forward to bootstrapping these companies so that in getting venture capital finance, in getting technological partnerships, and in building up their brand images. Imagine if some of these 20 can become the Amazons of tomorrow in supplying solar electricity in our countries, the world will be a better place. I urge each one of you to actively participate in the meetings, share your experience, and therefore explore collaborative avenues. I would like us to work together to address the barriers to solar energy adoption, to promote innovative financing of the kinds and different kinds that we have spoken of, and to strengthen capacity building efforts. It is by leveraging our collective strength and expertise that we can unlock the full potential of solar energy across the regions. We, as the Solar Alliance, are working with all our member countries to see how this can happen. And we would like that at COP28, we release this analysis of our member countries and how they can help in meeting the goal of the tripling of renewables. Before I end, a little bit of housekeeping. There are 2 rooms for bilateral meetings. My colleague, Mr. PC Sharma, is here. He will, PC, can you get up? Yeah. So he will arrange for the scheduling of the meetings in those 2 halls. There's also a coffee room, which is right next door. So coffee is being served in the foyer outside, and you can enjoy it in the room which is next to it. There's also an exhibition of a few things, manufacturers of modules, solar pumps, solar cold storage, which we believe can help all our countries in our development efforts. I want to again express my sincere gratitude to all of you present here, and I look forward to making this committee meeting a great success under the chairmanship of our Vice President, the Honorable Minister for Bangladesh. I thank you for your attention.
3. 1, 2, 3. 1, 2, 3. Testing mic. Hello, Mr. Sawan. Can you hear me, please? Mr. Sawan? Hello, Mr. Sawan.
I can hear you. I can hear you very well. Can you hear me?
Sorry, hold on. I cannot hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Can you please be open the audio of the calls?
I have.
It's open.
But we cannot hear. He can hear us, but we cannot hear. He can hear us,
Can you hear
Yes.
me now?
But
we cannot.
we cannot hear him.
Can you hear me now?
1, 2, testing. Can you talk now, please?
Can you hear me now? I can hear you. Can you hear me? Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
One, two. I can hear you.
Can you hear me now?
Correct.
No?
I can talk, please.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, it's correct. Talk again, please.
Can you hear me now?
Can you hear it? Can you talk, please?
Can you hear me now?
It's fine. Perfect. Thank you so much.
Working?
I cannot hear it. No, that's all. Thank you.
That's all for Sabah, no? That's all for me,
Right
you
now, I
said?
cannot hear you. Now it's me, but don't worry. The setup is already done. It should be okay. So if you hear us, we can receive your signals. So everything is done. We are standing by to start in about a few minutes. So we will let you know.
Sure. I'm keeping my mic mute for the time being.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you.
Mr. Sabah?
Yes.
Yes, can I ask you please, if you finish already with your adjustment with your presentation, can you go with the full screen of the presenter view?
Okay, sure.
Thank you so much.
Do you want me to run this or is it okay?
Excellencies, distinguished delegates, ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. To begin the fifth meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region, I would now like to hand over the proceedings to the chair of the meeting, His Excellency Nasrul Hamid, State Minister, Ministry of Power, Energy and Mineral Resources from the People's Republic of Bangladesh.
Thank you. A very good morning to you all, Excellencies, dignitaries from different countries. Tuvalu, Vice President of the International Solar Alliance Assembly from Asia and the Pacific region, honorable ministers, ambassadors, and high commissioners, head of delegation of the ISA members, signatory and prospective countries of Asia and Pacific region. The Director General International Solar Alliance, and all the delegates are present here today. It is my great pleasure to welcome each of one of you to the fifth meeting of International Solar Alliance Regional Committee for Asia and Pacific region. I would like to extend my gratitude to His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazroui, Ministry of Energy and Infrastructure and the Government of the United Arab Emirates for hosting this regional committee meeting. His invaluable support has made it possible for us to convene this important meeting and engage in meaningful discussions. We have heard from himself. I would also like to sincerely thank the Excellency who was present today morning, Majid Al-Suadi, Director General and Special Representative of COP28, for his inspiring words and exemplary of leadership with great anticipation, and we eagerly wait a highly impactful COP28 under his leadership. I'm happy to note that the strength of our regional committee has increased since the last year, with more countries joining the ISA from Asia and the Pacific region. I warmly welcome the Republic of Singapore, the Solomon Islands, and New Zealand, who have recently become our newest members. With this, the International Solar Alliance now has 29 members and signatory countries in the region. The Asia-Pacific region has consistently been the leading global force in cumulative and annual solar PV capacity expansions. In recent years, emerging economics in the Asia-Pacific region have witnessed a significant surge in the addition of solar PV capacity. developing countries like India and Vietnam have experienced rapid deployment of solar PV plants. As of 2020, the Asia Pacific region accounted for 58.9% of the global solar PV market in terms of cumulative capacity. And this share is projected to rise to 59.8% by 2030. The Asia region, the Pacific region, strong support for the Paris agreements and its commitment to the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals has reinforced its standing in the journey towards a future characterized by clean energy. The ISA aims to contribute to the clean energy transition by deploying solar energy solutions. The ISA has 9 comprehensive programs that cover a wide range of sectors, including agriculture, health, transportations, storage, green hydrogen, and more, all aimed at harnessing the potential of solar power. The ISA has also introduced various initiatives to propel its missions forward. Some of the flagship initiatives of the ISA that will also be presented before this regional committee are the Solar Technology Application Resource Center, or STAR-C, to function as training centers and centers of excellences for testing, development of specifications and standards, and as for information centers to support governments and the private sectors on solar energy projects. The Solar Finance Facility to support the development of bankable solar projects, stimulate financing through innovative financing vehicles, and the Solar X Startup Challenge to incubate solar startups, hand-holding them to provide access to manufacturers, suppliers, and investors. I urge the honorable ministers and other dignitaries here today to actively engage with the ISA Secretariat and work towards a greener economy. I now invite the Director General of International Solar Alliance to address the meeting. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I would like to express my gratitude to you, sir, and to all the honorable members present for their active participation and invaluable contributions to the journey of the International Solar Alliance. I'd like to share some insights regarding the progress made on the action items discussed by the committee at its most recent meeting. First, the 5th session of the ISA Assembly approved the proposed amendments which were discussed at the last meeting regarding the rules of procedure of the Assembly related to the selection of the vice chairs. This has now been amended by the Assembly and given effect by the ISA Secretariat. Second, the ISA Secretariat has developed a country partnership framework as was decided at the last meeting. The first country partnership agreement under this framework was signed with Bangladesh, the country of our chair, in February this year. And third, the ISA has provided detailed updates on each of its 9 programs, which the Honorable Chair just mentioned, as contained in the working documents placed before this meeting, the 5th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region. We look forward to your comments, your suggestions on how to move ahead with the various initiatives that we have undertaken regarding the solar facility, the Solar X Startup Challenge, the manufacturing challenge, and the STAR-C program in the hours ahead. I also wish to extend my heartfelt appreciation to all the members, partner organizations, and stakeholders for their steadfast support and commitment to the vision of the International Solar Alliance. I would like to end by repeating my thanks to the UAE for hosting this meeting. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you. I once again welcome you all to the 5th meeting of the Regional Committee. I hope all of us will be able to collectively make this meeting productive and grand success for the energy access and energy transition movement to our region. With this, As Vice President and Chair of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and Pacific Region, I hereby open the meeting. The meeting is in session now. So, Excellencies, delegates, we have agenda number 2, adoption of the agendas. Honorable members, the ISS Secretariat has circulated the provisional agenda for the meeting. Contained in the working document, ISA recap 105W01, reversion of 01 for the pursual of the members of this committee. I request the members to kindly provide comments, if any, on the provisional agenda. Floor is yours. So there is no comments on that. So I invite the regional committee to adopt the agenda for the 5th meeting of the regional committee for Asia and the Pacific region as contained in the working documents. Thank you. So adopted. Agenda item 3. Action taken, report of the 4th meeting of the ISA regional committee meeting for Asia and the regional Pacific region. The next agenda item is the action taken. The action taken report of the 4th meeting of the regional committee for Asia and the Pacific region is contained in the working document. The report details the action taken by the ISS Secretary in the realization of the recommendation of this regional committee during its 4th meeting in 2022. The report is placed for the consideration of the 5th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region. I invite the honorable members of the committee to consider the action taken report prepared by the ISA Secretariat and provide your comments and guidance. Floor is yours, sir. So thank you. Any comments, sir, from the floor? I thank the honorable members then on the regional committee for your guidance and any comments. I don't think any comments from the floor. Thank you. And I request the ISA Secretary to, if there are any comments come up to take a note. So no comments, then we can go for the next agenda 4. The next agenda item is the report of the Director General on the ISA program and activities. The 5th session of the ISA Assembly approved the ISA 5-year strategy plan for 2021 to 26, which outlines the roadmap for achieving the mandate established by the ISA under its framework agreement. This inclusive and extensive strategy plan caters to the varying requirements of the ISA member countries. It encompasses various initiatives such as programmatic assistance from LDCs, seeds, capacity building programs for all developing member countries, analytics advocacy support for all member countries, activities that promote readiness for investments, mobilizations, and the achievement of technologies. Through the execution of this plan, the ISA intends to raise $1 billion within 5 years to attain the objectives outlined in its strategic priorities. I invite the ISA Secretary to present an overview of the work accomplished thus for under the 5-year strategic plan and provide insights into the upcoming activities that ISA Secretary intends to undertake. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So as you mentioned, the 5-year strategic plan was approved by the Assembly of the ISA. And this has been our guiding framework. And what we, as the plan says, what we tried to do is to look at 3 things together: energy access, energy security, and the energy transition. We look at them together in seeing how solar can be made as the energy source of choice in all our member countries. Now, the strategic priorities, in a sense, are 4. We support policy and capacity building in our developing member countries. We provide programmatic support, including implementation support to our LDC and SIDS member countries. We provide analytics and advocacy support to all our member countries. And then there is the issue of the internal governance and management of the ISA itself and of the Secretariat to meet its needs. Now, what we will do, and there's a separate agenda item on it, is discuss how we can increase the level of capacity building through the creation of STAR-C, the solar technology and applications resource centers in various countries. These follow the development of strategies in various countries, and therefore we are clear about the kinds of capacity building needs that those countries have. We are working together with the UNIDO on the development of a pedagogy for this, for strengthening the quality infrastructure for the solar panels that come in. We have also built a digital library of information on global laws and regulations on clean energy. This is important because as each one of us focuses on what we are going to do in the future, it is useful to see what other countries have done and how is it that we can, what are the kinds of best case studies that we can adopt. Then one of the key issues, and I would like to make this linkage with the COP28, is the focus on the private sector. We look forward to focusing on bringing the corporate advisory group together with ministers at the COP28 with the goal of seeing how is it that we can together contribute towards the tripling of the renewable energy goal that we have, and particularly the solar energy goal that we have. The analytics work at ISA has been progressing well. We have just released last week the Ease of Doing Solar report, which looks at 108 countries and the level of preparedness and readiness in inviting solar investment in their countries. We have also looked at the preparation, which we will, of the 3 flagship reports on solar investments, solar markets, and solar technologies, which we will release at the assembly this year. This will be the second edition. The first was released last year. We look forward to making this an annual publication looking at the progress that happens in these 3 areas. On the Green Grids Initiative and the OSOWOG, the One Sun, One World, One Grid Initiative, we look forward to moving ahead as we complete the study, which is currently being carried out by EDF, Électricité de France, with a view of seeing how transmission can help each one of us. Because together, transmission, solar capacity, and batteries, the 3 things together will determine how we use solar energy in the years to come. We look forward to the accelerated work being done under the ISA programming and are very thankful to each one of you, to our member countries, which has built up the tremendous momentum that has carried us this far. I now invite, with your permission, the Chief of the Projects and Program Implementation Cluster, Mr. Ramesh Kumar, to brief the honorable members of the regional committee present here on further details regarding ISA's movements. Ramesh, sir.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Thank you, DG, for giving me the floor. Taking further from the Honorable DG talked about the progress we made so far. I'd like to give a very brief presentation. Where do we stand? And especially now more and more countries have joined ISA from this Asia Pacific region. We need to have more and more engagement happening here. So I'm looking forward for that. Now coming to the priority areas already DG talked about. That's the capacity building and creating standards. This is one of the strategic priorities. Programmatic support, analytics and advocacy, and the governance and operational management, which is core to achieve all the important three pillars. So let me elaborate on where do we stand today. In terms of capacity building, there has been tremendous response for last 3 years, which we have been receiving from multiple countries. So if you look at almost to the tune of 55 countries have in one or other form engaged with ISA and benefited from the trainings carried out by us. One of the popular programs, which was on bankers training, because the financial fraternity is very important to understand the profile of how the solar can happen, and the confidence they develop will be reflecting in terms of availability of financing for the projects. So this slide gives a picture which talks about various training programs and the number of countries and the people who have joined from various parts of the globe, which is of solar water pumping, mini grids, and rooftop ground-mounted solar projects. Also, many of the countries are now looking for more and more penetration of renewable energy, and the grid stability and operation become one of the prime concerns. So this is one area where some of them have the lack of understanding or the apprehension. So we have facilitated a kind of training from the West African Power Pool, the engineers and the policymakers from the West African Power Pool, which is consisting of 13 countries, to set up large projects. And then how do we have an integrated operation with the grid, which gives a confidence, understanding the various precautions or the facilities to be put in the operational system so that the grid is stable with more and more renewable energy coming into the picture. We would like to extend it more to the whichever country is in need of it, whichever region is in need of it, so that we have a robust systems in place with more and more renewable energy penetrating the grid. On the institutional front, there is a STAR-C, which there is a separate presentation. I'll not be elaborating on that. This is on the institutional front. Also, we wanted to strengthen and support the countries to strengthen the institutions to be capable of dealing with all the aspects of solar energy. Coming to the analytics and advocacy, DG already talked about it, and we have been doing various kind of, we have been releasing various kind of reports. The ease of solar, doing solar, which makes the country to have an assessment where do they stand in terms of the readiness to scale up solar, what are the bottlenecks in terms of policies and regulations, as well as financially, where do they stand. We have also released the one report, the roadmap of solar energy for universal energy access, which gives an idea that the solar centered mini grids along with the other resources can play a very important role in coming days to meet the universal energy access in the rural areas of the countries, mainly in Africa, where it is the major part of the non-accessible areas are there. So we will be assisting the countries to have scaling up of these solar mini grids. An emerging area is the green hydrogen. We have already launched a kind of virtual center, kind of a one-stop for all activities happening across the globe in terms of green hydrogen. We are also finalized one report on solar recycling, which is very important as we add more and more solar. Similarly, we are also sharing the information or the experience from India to Africa, and we will be also with the seeds. We have already released those reports And the other important reports will be also like solar market investment and technology. We will be coming out for the next edition by the next assembly. Just very briefly on the programs, there are 9 programs which DG already talked about it, but we would like to group it in 4 sets of these programs. One is on decentralized, which requires a different approach, and centralized, which is of solar parks and large scale projects. And there are emerging technologies, though solar mobility is happening, but many of the countries, it's an emerging technology in terms of their readiness and all, and also for the green hydrogen, which is the very promising fuel of the future. And finally, on cross-cutting, that is affordable finance at scale, which we are already talking about creating a financial facility, which is already in the pipeline for Africa, and this will be followed by for the Asia Pacific also. And the PV and battery waste management, which is also very important for the countries to address this issue of recycling. So this is a bit clustered. All the details have been captured in one slide. But I would like to give a very brief on that. So many countries and LDCs and states, we started with supporting the demonstration projects. So 27 countries, the demonstration projects have been taken up in various applications, whether it is on solar cold storage, solar pumping, solarization of health centers, and the street lights like that. I mean, so and so like that. So of that, 7 projects have been, or 7 projects have been commissioned so far, and another 13 will happen in next couple of months, which is in the final stages. And by the year end, we'll be completing all these demonstration projects. So this gives a picture for us, what are the issues in scaling up of these kind of applications, so that we will assist the countries to scale up. Similarly, on large-scale projects, we have already supporting to make bankable projects, and many of the feasibility reports for many countries have been completed, which is the details have been given here. Rooftop, and especially in rooftop also, we are assisting many countries, and especially for the Bangladesh, where we have already signed a country partnership agreement. We have done the assessment, and we will assist the country to have more and more the implementation part of it. Solar water pumping also, we are supporting along with the UNDP to implement in different 10 countries. We have been taking up the country missions because that is very important for us to understand the country and the supports they required. So we have already completed 9, another 10 are in the pipeline. So we will, I'm using this opportunity to request all the countries if they are interested. So we'll be happy to have the country missions there. And that will eventually lead us to country partnership agreements, so that we have a specific agreements on the various activities or the priorities to be carried out in the country. In fact, for the assessment, because the readiness of the country on various applications is very important. So we have already, circulated a kind of TOR for how do we assess the readiness and identify the projects in various applications based on the expression of interest received from many countries to assist them. So we have already shared with these countries so that we jointly finalize it and move forward. And the countries who have not given any expression of interest, I would also take this opportunity to request them to give the EOIs so that we finalize a joint TOR and take up this the job there. This will eventually give us where do we stand in terms of the readiness. And in fact, this will be a preparatory work when we create a guarantee mechanisms under our solar facility, so that the projects could be taken up under the facility without much wasting the time. Also the next one of the areas which I'm again requesting the countries, especially states and LDCs, we have also created the one program on viability gap funding, which was already circulated, which was based on the decision in the fourth assembly of IS in 2021, but we didn't get any much of response there. So we are arranging a virtual meeting on 31st July, where we would like to get a consultation from you how this VGF mechanism can be taken forward. So the idea is to see the projects you are already there in the pipeline, and certain part of it as a viability gap we can extend to you, so that the projects are closed and the projects can be taken up. So this I'll be again circulating. I mean, recently we have circulated to all the LDCs and seats, and so I would also request all of you to give your opinion on that. Finally, on governance and operational management, which is very important, this gives a very brief on the 2022 calendar year 2022. We have $7.68 million have been utilized, and so far in 2023, $2.97 million have been used right till May 2023, and the host country India has released 13 million in 2023. The Secretariat is already having 21 staff, and the recruitment process also is on. We are also making an elaborate monitoring, evaluation, and learning policy framework, which will give a robust framework for the governance of the organization. So with that, let me conclude this presentation. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Chair. Thank you, Gigi.
Anything else? So thank you for your very comprehensive presentations. I would like to invite the honorable members of the regional committee to kindly provide your comments on the updates what we have presented today. If there is no comment, then of course we'll go to the agenda 5. Yes, yes. I will ask the honorable members to feel free to ask any questions or any thoughts or any suggestions for this committee. So thank you. Let's go to the agenda 5, item number 5. The next agenda item is an update on the ISA*C initiative. The working document of ICA recap containing details on the ISA*C initiative was provided to all members of the regional committee by the ICA Secretariat. The ICA launched the Solar Technology Applications and Resource Center (STAR-C) initiative to facilitate technology transfer and capacity building in solar energy among members countries. Through this initiative, member countries have access to the technical expertise, training programs, and funding opportunities to support the development of the solar energy sectors. It aims to expand reach and impact by including more members countries and forging partnership with international organizations, financial institutions, and private sector entities. Capacity building activities, research, and development efforts remain a top priority for the initiative to ensure sustainable growth in the solar energy sector. I request the ICA Secretary to brief the committee on the progress made under the STAR-C initiative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Honorable members, I would like to highlight that the STAR-C initiative is a groundbreaking initiative with the tremendous potential of developing solar energy in our own countries based on addressing the issues that face our own countries. It is with this aim that the STAR-C centers, the STAR centers are being launched. There is a very deep relationship between the STAR-C centers and their goals and the national goals. We would like the national goals to be clearly enunciated so that the STAR-C centers can help in meeting them. My colleague Saba Kalam, who unfortunately is not here but will join us by video, will talk more about the STAR-C program, which we look at, on the one hand, fostering collaboration and innovation, and on the other hand, enabling capacity building within countries on issues of importance to them. What we also hope is that as the Star Sea Center pick up and you have more and more in various countries, there could be joint learning between different member countries. We therefore look to creating ultimately a hub and spoke model around the Star Sea centers. I also want to point out that this was the Star Sea centers were initiated by our co-founder France, which provided the initial resources through which we are developing the pedagogy with help from UNIDO, and at the same time enabling these centers in various countries. Saba, if you are there, can we begin the introduction to what we are doing as far as Star Sea centers are concerned?
Thank you, sir. I hope you can hear me well.
Yes, we can hear you. We can hear you. We can see you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, sir. Honorable Chair, Honorable Ministers, Excellencies and dignitaries, a very good morning to all of you. My name is Saba. I manage the Star Center program at ISA, and I'm the focal point for the Star Centers being created by the International Solar Alliance in the member countries. The interest in the Star Sea initiative is growing exponentially among the ISA member countries, and without your support, it wasn't possible. We have managed to advance our efforts in number of ISA member countries, and very soon we'll see some of these Star Centers operational with the different functions that they have been assigned for. The overall aim of the Star Center initiative by ISA is to provide enough capacity to the member countries to undertake energy transition on their own by 2030. The idea is that whether ISA is there or not, at least the member countries should have enough capacity in future to completely undertake the energy transition on their own and also accelerate the deployment of solar energy as much as the potential that they have. The overall capacity building strategy of ISA emanates from the 5-year strategic plan, the priorities of the 5-year strategic plan, which the Director General had highlighted initially. And capacity building is one of the critical elements of the 5-year plan that ISA is looking for in next 5 years. And the capacity building is to develop readiness and enabling activities for the member countries, which can provide skilled workforce and conditions, the transfer of technologies, access to affordable finance and markets, and appropriate administrative processes at the member country to accelerate solar energy deployment. Overall, we are looking at about 50 centers by 2030, but we also have some mid-year targets. By 2026, we are looking at about 30 centers, and by 2024, we are looking at 10 centers to be operationalized by ISA. The readiness and enabling activities are meant for different set of audiences, mainly for the government officials at different levels, people who make decisions, people who are responsible for policy making, also government officials who are scientists, engineers, project directors, who conceptualize the projects on solar energy and also help the government to implement solar energy projects. This also includes financial institutions where we are already providing some kinds of training for them to take right decision in terms of approving the projects that they get for the loan that they provide for development of solar projects. Then technicians and project managers who are responsible for installing solar plants, installing solar rooftops and different kinds of applications, operators and maintenance staff, universities and technical institutions who can also provide different kinds of short-term and long-term trainings and courses on solar energy, and of course, the entrepreneurs and the users. The readiness and enabling is meant for different kinds of subject area, including technologies, component systems, applications, installation, project development, incubation, risk mitigation. We have developed nearly 30 different areas on which the trainings will be provided by these star centers. After a series of consultation with ISA member countries and some renowned institutions providing different kinds of trainings, as well as also acting as center of excellence, we have identified 4 critical functions for the star centers. The first one is training. The training is, as I said in my previous slide, the readiness and enabling activities that we are trying to operationalize with the star centers. So training is meant for the government officials, technicians, engineers, financial institutions, everyone who is directly or indirectly a stakeholder for the deployment of solar energy in the member country. The second function is the testing standardization. The testing is for testing of solar components and solar applications, as well as creating benchmarks and standards based on the international available standards. The third is the information repository, which will provide all sorts of data, information, policy, guidelines, standards on solar energy. And it's going to be a one-stop shop for everyone, including private sector, government officials, individuals, students, to look at different kinds of policies, guidelines, different kinds of case studies, best practices in the country. The fourth function, which is one of the most critical function, is on incubation of enterprises. So incubation of enterprises in the solar supply chain and supporting existing enterprises to integrate solar energy for business growth. Going forward, the star centers will support each other through a hub and spoke model, wherein one center will be regional center, supporting other centers and non-center countries as well. Particularly in the Pacific, we want one of the centers that we are working with, one of the countries that we are working with, to act as a regional center and to provide its facility to small island countries as well, where star center operationalization or establishment might not be possible due to various reasons. So in Pacific, we are aiming at Papua New Guinea to be the regional star center for us, which is also supported by the French government project, which I'll talk a little later. In terms of the operationalization of the star centers, we are at very advanced stage in 3 countries, Ethiopia, Cuba, and Kiribati in Pacific. These 3 centers have completed most of its activities, which are meant to operationalize star centers. We have already placed an order for procurement of equipments and instruments for the star center for Kiribati. Very soon, we'll see all these equipments and instruments landed in Kiribati Institute of Technology, and the institute being operational for providing all its functions. We are aiming October as the date to operationalize the star center in the 3 countries, Ethiopia, Cuba, and Kiribati. We are at intermediate stage for Somalia, Cote d'Ivoire, and Uganda, where we have also completed most of the initial activities. We have completed the country assessment as well. And very soon we'll start the procurement of equipments and instruments for the different host institutions that we have identified in the country. And we are aiming November to be the start date for the star centers in these 3 countries, or at least in 2 countries out of the 3 countries. We are working with nearly about 9 different countries, and all these countries are at different stages of engagement. Most of these countries have already identified the host institution. Some of them have signed the memorandum of understanding as well. And very soon we will initiate the country assessment in these countries. Some of these countries will operationalize the star centers in 2024, which is next year, and some of them will operationalize in 2025. We are getting a lot of support from different agencies, different funding institutions, as well as different governments. Prominent among these is the support that we have received from the government of France with 1 million euros. We are implementing a project jointly with UNIDO with a focus in 3 countries, which is Bhutan, Senegal, and PNG. We are also getting support from other donor agencies to set up star centers in the member countries. The star centers, the creation or the setup of the star centers require a lot of effort and contribution from the member countries as well. And I'm really happy to report to the regional committee that the countries have come forward with the support, with different kind of support that they can provide. in which they are also providing buildings, furniture, support in terms of the basic infrastructure to set up the Star Center. They're also providing faculties. They're also providing people who can manage the Star Centers. Among these, ISA is providing the training materials, instruments, and some trainers, as well as testing instruments. Going forward, this is going to be a joint initiative between ISA and the member countries, and this needs to be sustainable. Initially, we are providing support for 2 years to the member countries to set up the Star Center, but we want these centers to be sustainable. And that's the reason that right from the beginning, we are supporting these countries to develop a business plan for a self-sustainable model of the Star Center. So going forward, when these Star Centers will provide training and testing facilities to the outside world, these are going to be an income or revenue generating activity. The centers will also provide implementation support to the public or the government and private sector projects in the field of solar energy. It will also receive some funds from the host government to keep the operations of the Star Center manageable for the initial years. The Star Center, as I said during one of the slides, that the Star Center is also going to provide incubation function. So it's also going to be a revenue generation model for the Star Centers to sustain itself. And last but not the least, the Star Centers are also expected to get funding from multilateral, bilateral agencies, not only as grant, but also supporting the multilateral and bilateral project, government-funded project in the member countries by providing Star Center as a facility for all kinds of training in the solar energy domain. The cost of setting up the Star Center that we have estimated comes to around $250,000 to $300,000 for the next 2 years, for the 2 years, for the initial 2 years. And of course, the cost reduces thereon because the initial cost is more on investment, more on procuring the equipments and instruments. We don't want to create new buildings under the Star Center initiative, so we are using the existing facilities the member countries have in form of technical centers or the universities. Like in case of Kiribati, we are working with the Kiribati Institute of Technology to set up the Star Center, and they are going to be the host institution. As I said in one of the slides, it's going to be a hub and spoke model where one of the centers will act as a regional center, providing support to all the Star Centers in the region, as well as to the countries where we might not have the Star Centers. The steps that we are following in most of the member countries is a detailed country assessment where we try to find out the training and the testing needs, the existing infrastructure in the form of testing and the training equipments, partners for sustainability, and the model for self-sustenance of the center. It's an intense exercise. We engage with different kinds of stakeholders, including government, private agencies, NGOs, individuals, experts, to know what is the need of the country. And based on that, the entire Star Center model is designed for the country. The Ministry of the Energy of the member country, ISA, and host institutions signs a tripartite memorandum of understanding, which helps them to understand what kind of roles they are going to play in the next 2 years and how they are going to be responsible for operationalization of the Star Centers. The third step that we take is to develop training and testing resources for the centers. These are different kinds of training modules that we develop for the Star Centers. Then we have the implementation, which is supervised by the steering committee. So we form a steering committee in the member country by having the government, mainly the Ministry of Energy, the host institution, and the ISA. We're also engaging number of donors and number of countries for their support for operationalization of the Star Centers. I'm really sorry. It's very important for the member countries as well to keep investing in the Star Center, because this is something which is not going to only help to provide training, but it's also going to help the private sector to get all kinds of data information that will be required in future for accelerating the deployment of solar energy. It will be a point of source for business to employ a certified pool of technicians and engineers locally. It's also going to be a point of source for the government to know what kind of workforce, skilled workforce is available in the country. This is going to be a dedicated resource center, which will deliver expertise to the government, to the private sector, to the bilateral agencies at very low cost and very high efficiency. The star centers going forward are also going to de-risk investments which will come in the country by suggesting right policies and advocacy efforts on solar energy deployment. The kind of support that we are expecting from the governments, not only the donor agencies or the developed countries, but also from the ISA member countries in the Pacific region, is the financial support and the technical support. Financial support in whatever kind that they can do, in whatever kind they can contribute, they need to contribute for the establishment of the Star Center, because it's an expensive investment, but it's a long-term investment which will pay off to the governments in the longer run. Thank you so much. I request all the member countries who have not been part of the initiative, of the StarSea initiative, to please prioritize the StarSea initiative in your engagement with ISA, and we stand committed and ready to support you. I'll be happy to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to request the members of the regional committee to comment on the ISS StarSea initiatives, provide some ideas and provide guidance to us. I want the member, yes, please.
Thank you, Honorable Chairman, and very good morning to Your Excellencies. I think the initiative of the Star Centers is an excellent initiative. And I think it focuses each country primarily on the adoption of solar and leading towards self-implementation, which can only be good for each country. I note in the report that Tonga has shown interest. I would like to extend that interest further and say that Tonga fully supports it, but also to look at existing regional organizations that are in place, bearing in mind the graph that was presented earlier for the host countries' joint assistance with the Star Center to set it up. We have in the Pacific a regional organization called the Pacific Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, PECRI, already established, based in Nuku'alofa in Tonga, which looks after the whole of the Pacific. And this would certainly supplement the solar technology aspects, specifically with the database for the existing solar and what is actually needed. I also think this is a great example of, rather than a report sitting on someone's desk, an actual initiative on the ground with people being able to discuss and work collaboratively with the development partners and provide that technical support that's needed so that the implementation can be accelerated. So in conclusion, as I said at the beginning, Tonga fully supports this initiative and would like to implement it as soon as possible, if not just for Tonga, but for the Pacific. Thank you.
Thank you, Excellency. Anyone, please? So I thank the honorable member. Oh, Sabah. Do you want to respond on that?
To the comment on Tonga, sir?
Yes.
Yeah. No, thank you, sir. And thank you, Excellency from Tonga. We really appreciate your interest. We had initiated a discussion earlier, but we'll soon initiate the discussion with Tonga once again. And we are keen to set up a center in Tonga as well. As far as your comment on having on the existing regional centers are concerned, that's a valid comment. We don't want to duplicate our efforts. In fact, we are working with the Pacific Center for Renewable Energy and Energy Efficiency, which is a UNIDO center, and they're part of the UNIDO project that we are implementing in the Pacific region. And Solomone, who is the head of PCRI, is part of the project, and we constantly engage him in all the deliverables that we produce as part of the STACI initiative. Over to you,
Thank
Chair.
Okay, anyone, any members, please.
Thank you, Chair, and DG and Kalam for that presentation. I'm High Commissioner of Papua New Guinea to India. I represent Papua New Guinea here in this forum, and I'd like to thank ISA for taking the STACI program to PNG. Though the challenges are there to kick off, I'd like to commend Sabah for the outline of today's presentation, and we look forward to early kickoff and start with the program, because that's one of the programs that has been chosen. And of course, we've got to align that to our own policies in solarizing rooftops for our major government institutions. So as a start, PNG would like to see that program taking off with ISA's assistance, Secretariat's assistance. And of course, I'll make a few other interventions later on, but thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Anyone? So thank you, members of the Regional Committee, for your guidance and comments. I request the ISA Secretary to take a note of the same. Thank you. We move to the agenda 6. The next agenda item is the update on the ISA SolarX Startup Challenges. The working document, ISA recap and containing an update on the SolarX Startup Challenge, was provided to all members of the Regional Committee by ICS Secretary. The SolarX Startup Challenge is an ambitious global initiative promoting solar energy deployment through innovations, collaborations, partnership. It aims to address energy access challenges by leveraging solar power, driving clean energy transition, and contributing to climate change mitigation efforts. The initiative has successfully attracted the participation of over 100 startups from across the solar energy sector in Africa. 20 winners are announced last week at G20 Summit event in Goa, India. I request the ISA Secretary to brief the Regional Committee on the SolarX Startup Challenge. Thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. You will recall that at the Assembly last year, you had approved the SolarX Startup Challenge, in which we were asked to identify 20 startups from Africa in this year, and then expand the program from Africa to Asia and Pacific, and then expand it to include Latin America. The first part of the program, which is to initiate it in Africa, has been started. And obviously the goal of the program is to provide a degree of vibrancy, of dynamism to the solar development in the countries, and therefore enable them to have good projects prepared as well. Last week at the Goa G20 meeting, we announced the 20 winners, the 20 startups who were the winners of this year's Solar Startup Challenge. And I request my colleague, Pragya Gupta, to provide an update on the Startup Challenge, what has happened till now.
Honorable Chair, Co-Chair, and respected dignitaries, I would be presenting on the SolarX Startup Challenge and giving you an update on what has happened till now in terms of creating a pool of entrepreneurs across the African region. As you can see, the agenda for today is that I would be speaking about what the challenge is all about, what is the structure of SolarX, because we would be moving forward to launch it for the APAC region, what is the progress update till now, and the next steps in terms of what ISA wants from its member countries. But I think before I start about the SolarX Startup Challenge, let me take a step back and tell you why we launched this product. We had stakeholder consultations with about 150 plus institutional investors, entrepreneurs, local agencies, banks in Africa, and we felt that monies were not a problem. What is required is to create facilities or financing vehicles through which monies can be flown in to various projects. On the other hand, we wanted to create like a bankable pipeline of projects, both for small scale, decentralized, and large scale projects. Through this project, we're actually looking at local entrepreneurs on ground, which would help in creating a pool of innovative and new solutions to promote solar. This slide talks about the structure of SolarX Startup Challenge. Like our co-chair mentioned, we announced this SolarX Startup Challenge last year during COP27 at Sharm el-Sheikh for the African leg. We actually created a milestone that maybe we will get 100 plus applicants, but happy to report that we got 180 applicants from the African region, from 28 countries to begin with. We held the call of applications, started the call of applications in January till about March. So we had a 3-month window where applicants could apply. We shortlisted the applicants across 3 months, and we had 9 technical evaluators, both ranging from the likes of Africa 50, the World Association of Investment Promotion Agencies, Invest India, the African Development Bank, and the likes, who actually worked very hard to come across to like 20 winners. The winners were declared last week at the G20 Energies meeting on July 20th. And we also are very happy to report that we have 7 women entrepreneurs from the 20 winners that were shortlisted. Let me talk about the progress update and what we've managed to do. We held capacity building workshops in Africa across 3 months when the call of application was open. This actually helps us in creating a one-to-one interaction with local entrepreneurs, and we do it through all the countries that are sitting here through local national focal points. So what happens is that you interact directly with the local entrepreneurs, and ISA countries actually know what is happening on ground in terms of innovative solutions. This is the progress wherein 180 applicants applied across 28 countries. We had 3 levels of shortlisting. 50 applicants were shortlisted, wherein we had videos coming in from 28 countries for the shortlisting applicants. And finally, 20 winners were announced last week. This presents a mini brief of what the countries of top 20 startup looks like. We've got Kenya, Nigeria, Rwanda, Uganda, and the likes. And we also have 7 women entrepreneurs, like I've mentioned before. If you go to the ISA website, there's a little link which says ISA SolarX Startup Challenge. And if you click on it, you have videos from all these 20 startups also, which it's open to everyone. You can have a look at these startups and see what these startups are doing in various innovative products, ranging from agri-solar to having carts on ground and actually promoting solar through fisheries and cold storage as well. The next 3 months are looking at Solar Accelerator Program, wherein we would be hand-holding and enabling the startups and looking at finance, technology, and their brand management. They would be having hybrid classes, both on ground and through virtual platforms also. And we're working directly with our local partners, Invest India in India, and also in the African region, wherein we have the likes of AMDA, Gogla, and the likes who would be helping us on ground. And as next steps, we would be launching the SolarX Startup Program for the Asian Pacific region. We have secured funding for this as well. We are looking now, the milestone, of course, is going to be 200 plus. So I request all the member countries here to promote and the SolarX Startup Challenge in their countries so that this can again become a huge success. Thank you.
Thank you. So I will ask the honorable members for your guidance or any comments on startup challenges. Anyone, please? If not, then we move to agenda 7. Yes, please.
Thank you, Chair. We look forward to expanding the Solar Startup Challenge. And as I said earlier, we look forward in this year to bring to you at the Assembly a challenge which looks at both Africa and the Asia Pacific regions. As we do this, we need your help and support in the Assembly itself. As in the last year, and this has been one of the good experiences that we have had, we did it in partnership with Invest India, who is in the process of identifying startups. So we will do the same thing again. We also look forward to interacting with each one of you. May I say, it will become a bit challenging because we will ask you, number one, to host a meeting in your country or your region. Number two, we will ask you to reach out to startups, possibly for applying to this program as well. We therefore look forward to an even closer partnership in the year ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any comments from the honorable members? So if not, then we move to agenda 7. The next agenda item is the update on the ISA Global Solar Facilities. The ISA Global Solar Facility is a transformative initiative addressing the financial challenges ISA member countries face in deploying solar energy projects by providing affordable and accessible financial options. It empowers countries to embrace solar energy and unlock its immense potential for sustainable development. The facility aims to accelerate the global transition to a clean energy future through collaboration, knowledge sharing, and partnerships. The facility was initially announced for the Africa region to attract private capital to flow into underserved markets in Africa by providing risk mitigation support through financing instruments like payment guarantees and insurance. The facility will consist of 3 funds: the Payment Guarantee Fund, the Insurance Fund, and the Investment Funds. Project proposed in Africa could purchase payment guarantees or partial insurance premium for those funds. For Asia and the Pacific region, the ISA, in collaboration with Asia Development Bank and Intellect Cap, is designing a financing facility that can be deployed for scaling up the solar sector in 6 countries of South Asia, namely Bangladesh, Bhutan, India, Nepal, Maldives, and Sri Lanka. The financing facility is designed to provide financial interventions, which will utilize 3 key financial instruments: equity or venture capital, concessional financing, and grants. ADB and ISA will provide the necessary guidelines for developing the blueprint for the funding facility in the target countries to provide an enabling ecosystem for scaling up the solar sector in target countries. Further details and an update in the global solar fellows are provided in the working documents circulated to all members of the regional committee by the ISA Secretary. So now I invite the ISA Secretary to brief the regional committee on the progress in operationalizing the global solar facility. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. The Global Solar Facility, as I mentioned earlier, is about getting us investments in our countries because of payment guarantee mechanisms that help provide confidence to the investors to invest in these countries. We have this year created an investment facility for Africa and look forward to expand this to the Asia Pacific region in the year to come. Can I again request my colleague Pragya Gupta to brief us about the solar facility?
Thank you, sir. So like I just mentioned that, when you look at the monies and you look at the 2 pillars in terms of mobilizing finances, One, you need very strong financing vehicles through which those finances can be channelized. And while talking to investors in Africa, we felt that monies is not a problem, projects is not a problem, but there's a risk or a perceived risk that they feel that the monies are not going to be returned. So we call it as the perception of risk, which we want to, we want to cover through this solar facility. We launched this facility for the African region to start with, but moving forward, this facility would be for the Asian region and the Latin Caribbeans in the years to come. We're calling it the Global Solar Facility, which would be comprised of three major funds: the Solar Payment Guarantee Fund, the Solar Insurance Fund, and the Solar Investment Fund. We are looking at an initial investment of USD 200 million, wherein we would have the guarantee fund to be about 50 million to start with. We have the investment fund with a technical component of 10 million and a 90 million as seed and grant money from the capitals and donors alike. And we have the insurance fund, wherein we are looking at a commitment of USD 50 million to start with. If I talk about what the structure of the global facility looks like, if you see, there is a parent vehicle, which would be the main objective or the main operationalizing structure of the facility. We would have many facilities comprising of the African facility, the Asian facility, and the LAC facility. Every facility will be born or will be run by an investment manager, which would be taken on board by an independent process. We also have various investors, the local DFIs, the development financial institutions, the banks, and government and donors investing into the facility. There is a very flexible component, I would say, in terms of how one can invest into the facility. For example, let's say if the government wants to invest into this facility, they can directly invest into the parent vehicle as a seed investor. However, the institution in that specific country can come and decide to invest either in the African facility or the Asian facility. So it's a flexible mechanism on how you invest and how you want to take your investments further. Here, I would also want to talk about the TA component, which is the technical assistance component, wherein we as ISA provide technical assistance on ground to all the projects and proponents who are developing solar projects in the ISA member countries. This is again grant-based, so that we at the local level also create capacities on ground for the solar project proponents. This is the sizing of the facility like I spoke about. Again, everybody will say that 200 million, 50 plus 100 is a very small amount that we're looking at. But when you look at the leveraging capital, and the leveraging proportion of how that money is going to be leveraged in the years to come, that is how we are mobilizing resources for solar. So if you see, the solar payment guarantee is looking at a leveraging component of 5 to 10x in the next 5 years to come. We're looking at a solar insurance with a leverage capacity of 20x in the next 3 years. And of course, with the solar investment fund, it's about 10x, wherein we are looking to invest in terms of a revolving fund. This I've already covered in terms of the technical assistance, the payment guarantee, the insurance, and the equity. If you see the first and the last row, technical assistance and equity is a part of the investment fund, which is a USD 100 million fund to start with. We have the payment guarantee, wherein we are looking to raise monies at about 50 million right now. An insurance facility is a USD 50 million facility for the global solar facility. This talks about the impact investing, wherein we are looking at a very high impact potential of the global solar facility. If you see in the thing, we're looking at 7x leveraging ratio of the amount of monies that we would be leveraging till 2030. ISA's goal is to mobilize USD 1 trillion till 2030, and this is going to be one of the flagship products through which we mobilize monies. This is the governance structure, wherein we are looking at a global steering committee. All the countries and the institutional investors form a part of the steering committee and the executive board. The CEO chaired by the executive board, along with DG Sir and other members, would be overseeing the day-to-day operationalizing of the facility. We would also have an independent manager who would be looking at that specific geographical facility, who would be hired through an independent process. These this slide talks about the locations for the facility. We are considering, and we've not zeroed down on a physical location for housing of the facility. The parent co could not be housed in one of these 5 locations. Through a lot of stakeholder consultations and financial regulatory reforms, we figured that Netherlands, Luxembourg, Mauritius, Singapore, and Gift City in India were the 5 most viable locations to house the facility. However, we're still open to see whether the regional facilities can be located in one of these locations. For example, the APAC facility, which is coming forward in 2024, could be housed in Singapore, looking at the tax regulations. Some of the things that we're considering are the proximity from the ISA Secretariat, the taxation rules, the investor preferences, and of course, whether we would be able to house in the facilities for easy implementation of the project. As next steps, one, we are looking to secure monies for the fund. Again, happy to report that the government of India has in principle considered to invest USD 25 million as seed monies for the global solar facility. We also have in principle commitment from philanthropic capital to the amount of USD 25 million. And we are getting in touch with a lot of ISA member countries to pledge in their contributions for this facility. Secondly, we want to finalize the structure of the global solar facility in terms of housing the facility. And like I mentioned, we are looking at 5 locations where we would be looking to house the facility. And third, we are looking to recruit the initial team, an investment manager, and announce the facility with the opening of the monies, I would say, in the ISA assembly, if I may. So thank you and open for questions.
Thank you. I now ask honorable members for regional committee for your guidance and comments. If anyone want to make any suggestions on that. So if not, then I will move to agenda 8. Oh, please go ahead, sir.
Honorable Chair and Excellencies and the members here. My question to Pragya, like you have been saying that we will be operational by 2023, the team and other infrastructure for this. So by when in 2023 would you be targeting for this, please?
So we are looking at COP28. So before COP28, we should be operational with the first amount of monies. And we've signed an agreement with the MIGA group, which is the Multilateral Investment Guarantee Agency of the World Bank. So we have a list of projects that we would be looking to implement, which is already in place. And hopefully by November and December 2023, we should be operational.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, honorable member. Any other comments? Thank you. Then we move to agenda 8 then. Agenda 8 item is the update on the ISA private sector engagement strategy. The private sector has played a vital role in promoting the adoption of solar energy solutions. To meet the ambitious global energy transition, the net zero targets, the private sector must be encouraged to boost investments, particularly in developing countries. The 5th sessions of the ISA Assembly approved the private sector engagement strategy to accelerate solar industry growth across all ISA member countries. An update on the strategy is provided in the working document circulated to all members of the regional committee by ISA Secretariat. I request the ISA Secretariat to brief the committee on the progress made in advancing its private sector engagement strategy. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Chair. We all agree that ultimately the installation of solar panels will occur through the private sector. But how do we get the private sector interested in and are policies responsive to the private sector interest in our member countries? One of the key questions that was brought up was the issue of supply chains, and therefore we have just launched last week a report on building resilient global solar supply chains and deepening partnerships with many solar associations. As we move ahead, we also understand that this dialogue between the government agencies on one side and the private sector on the other side is absolutely important to meet the role of enhancing solar investments, particularly in view of the COP28 goals. And I would request my colleague, Mr. Alexander Hugen-Reuters, to comment, to provide an update on our interaction with the private sector. Alex, all yours.
Thank you so much, Dr. Mather, and thank you to the honored chair, to the excellencies present in the room, and to all our friends and colleagues, including our private sector colleagues as well. So I'll try and be brief, update on activities. We've done a number of events, including, as Dr. Mather mentioned, the manufacturing Building Resilient Solar Supply Chains report. It was launched at Angola last week. We've done other private sector events on various topics, including manufacturing, but also topics like long duration storage, eco labels, green hydrogen, hybrid renewable projects, recycling. And so these are all topics of interest that member countries have brought up, and we're certainly open to doing further events. We've got one planned for technology transfer, and another one planned on unlocking barriers to financing in the coming months. The other big work that we're planning to do upcoming is, and I was just speaking with some of our colleagues at lunch today, or at coffee today, now that we've launched this report, we've developed a framework to support countries in developing their manufacturing strategies. So basically helping countries think through what an appropriate stage of the value chain is for them, given the level of financing capacity, given the level of technical expertise, and other key requirements for manufacturing. And so the idea here is that we can then help countries on their manufacturing policy and support them to create kind of an individualized, tailored policy regime for them. So if there's any countries here that are looking at solar manufacturing and could use our support, please do reach out to me at the break or at lunch. We're also hoping to step our engagement with private sector associations. So for example, we've been working with NSCFI in India, SEC in Australia, and we're supporting GOGLA, which is the Global Off-Grid Lighting Alliance, with their SAFTE conference. This is something, again, I'd like to do more of. If there's other organizations or conferences or events that are relevant to the solar sector, that we as ISA can bring expertise or bring support for, that's certainly something we want to do more of. We've got these private sector roundtables. As I mentioned, we've already done one. We're planning 2 more. And at COP28, I just want to thank our hosts, UAE, for offering to support us in having more public-private roundtables at COP itself. Finally, we're also looking at helping develop tools. So for example, one example here is CREST, which is a tool developed in India to support solar rooftop mapping, which I think would be a very useful tool in other countries as well. Another one is SiteRight, which helps countries identify solar park, suitable locations for solar parks, given kind of environmental and social constraints. These are the kind of tools that I'm hoping we can help bring to other member countries to facilitate private sector investment. And I'm certainly happy to follow up with any specific countries who are interested in these sorts of initiatives. So yes, we've got the supply chains workstream, transforming solar supply chains through the Clean Energy Ministerial, of which the Building Resilient Solar Supply Chains report was the first deliverable. India, Australia, and UAE, so 3 ISA members, are already also members of this workstream, and so we're certainly happy to have others join. As I mentioned, countries that are seeking support for their manufacturing policy, we have this framework, and we'd like to help countries apply the framework. We've done it at the global context, at the regional context, and now we want to apply it at the individual country context. Support and participation in upcoming CAG events. This, and my apologies, the first one was not as well advertised as I would have liked on solar recycling. The recording is available. and hopefully for the future ones on technology transfer and other topics, we can have more participation as well. And then finally, if there's any other tools or resources that countries need to help unlock private sector investment in your country, I'm certainly happy to discuss further. And with that, I'll hand it back to the chair.
Thank you. Thank you. Now, I'd like to invite now our honorable members, any comments on ISA private sector's engagement strategy? So if not, then we'll move to agenda 9.
Thank you so much. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The next agenda is the preparation of the 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region. The regional committee meetings serve as a crucial platform where countries can come together on align their national, regional, and global aspiration for sustainable development, particularly for the clean energy transitions. I would like to thank the government of UAE again for hosting this meeting. I request the honorable members of the regional committee and extend their support to the ISA Secretariat in hosting the regional committee meetings in the future. Undoubtedly, your support will reflect your unwavering commitment to the fight against climate change through the clean energy transitions. I now invite honorable members of your comments on hosting the 6th meeting of the ISA Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region 2024. Floor is yours. Please.
Sorry, Chair, just clarification. Has there been any states that have already offered to host the 6th meeting?
We look forward to countries agreeing to host the meeting. We also fully understand that this involves a process of consultation with the capitals. And consequently, if countries would like, we would very much encourage them to let us know. We will provide the arrangements that are needed, the host country agreements and so on, right to them, and they can then move it through their capitals. Ideally, we would like to do it somewhat sooner in 2024 than it is in 2023. So do it in April or May. And that allows us also an adequate amount of time before we have the standing committee meetings, which recommend the agenda for the assembly. So I am in your hands as far as any suggestions are concerned, or if you want to let us know later, that's also fine.
Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would suggest maybe to your point, Your Excellency, maybe we can have some time to reflect and go back to our governments, and maybe we can give feedback by the next assembly on if anybody is interested. We can share the request by the assembly. I believe that would give all of us enough time to consult with our leaderships. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone, please? Thank you, members, for your comments and, of course, your suggestions. Now I move to agenda 10. The next agenda is the interventions by the member countries. I would like to invite the honorable members of the regional committee to deliver your country statements specific to the solar sector and activities of the International Solar Alliance. So what I will do, I will start on from going for the left side. Oh, please, you want to say something, sir?
Honourable Chair, members and guests, Australia would like to thank the International Solar Alliance for their effort in bringing together member countries and for the opportunity to speak at the ISA Asia Pacific Regional Committee meeting today. Australia is committed to working with our partners in the Asia Pacific on an orderly transition to net zero by 2050, while improving energy access, energy security, and energy resilience. Australia will work with our partners in the region to assist countries in developing and executing their own decarbonisation pathways. Our focus will be on sharing relevant Australian expertise and experience from our own energy transition currently underway. Australia is committed to working with the Asia Pacific, in particular our Pacific neighbours, and recognise that the Pacific's contribution to global emissions is nil, and that mitigation efforts will deliver greater energy access, security, and resilience for the Pacific family. Australia is dedicated to using existing regional mechanisms and supporting Pacific designed and Pacific-led initiatives. In May, Australia participated in the Pacific Regional Energy and Transport Ministers meeting held in Vanuatu and responded to regionally endorsed priorities. We are also demonstrating our commitment to support solar implementation in the Pacific through our tertiary institutions. We have engaged the University of New South Wales in a partnership with the Government of Vanuatu to deliver energy transition frameworks and planning to clearly define the lowest cost energy mix that will achieve a 100% renewable energy electricity grid by 2030. Australia is also pleased to work closely with our neighbour New Zealand on the energy transition, with Minister Bowen and Treasurer Chalmers engaging in the Australia-New Zealand 2+2 climate finance dialogue in Wellington, New Zealand. New Zealand is an important partner in the Pacific and reached an agreement on electric vehicles and financing mechanisms to support businesses with the energy transition was a major achievement, and we look forward to continuing this partnership. Australia is also working with our rapidly industrialising partners in Southeast Asia to accelerate decarbonisation and grow regional economies. Australia was pleased to join the Asia Zero Emissions community, given its focus on reducing emissions in ASEAN economies, whilst maintaining energy security and sustainable economic growth. We are pursuing innovative ways to facilitate trade and investment in environmental goods and services in the Asia Pacific region, and to develop standards to support regional decarbonisation efforts. This includes through its first of its kind green economy agreement with Singapore, which will promote trade and investment across green economy sectors to assist both nations in advancing the net zero ambitions. Australia is also working through innovative financing partnerships to deploy concessional investment for climate projects. Through Australia's joint ownership of the Private Infrastructure Development Group, we have supported a portfolio of renewable infrastructure investments. This includes small-scale solar projects to utility-scale wind and hydro, including battery storage. Again, thank you, ISA, for bringing together members, and we look forward to working together into the future.
Thank you. Thank you, Commonwealth of Australia. Please, UAE.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. First of all, I would like to reiterate a warm welcome to all the delegates here in Abu Dhabi. It is with great honor to host the Regional Asia Pacific Committee meeting in the UAE. As His Excellency Suhail Al-Mazrouei already addressed you this morning and gave you an update on our recent national developments when it comes to renewable energy sector, I would like to take the opportunity to share our comments on the work of ISA and its programs in this minute or two. Overall, we are extremely pleased to see the advancement of ISA work program. Over the last few years, ISA work and results have benefited from structure within the organization and overall strategic planning. And we see the results in increased implementation of programmatic initiatives, capacity training, and projects on the ground. The ISA Global Solar Facility is an important mechanism and a central stepping stone to achieve the overall aim to mobilize $1 trillion of investment in solar energy solutions by 2030. We welcome the focus on Africa, however, and having in mind that most of the members from the Asia Pacific region are either LDCs or SIDS members, we suggest either to open up the facility to the Asia Pacific region or install an additional facility for the region. Finance is an important component in our response to climate change and the implementation of the energy transition. LDCs and SIDS face challenges to get access to affordable finance, and we'd like to understand how the proposed facility will make a difference and reduce the burden of lending to member countries. We also thank the Secretariat for the update and all the efforts towards the implementation of projects on the ground, and we clearly see the interest from the membership. For reporting purposes, we support the idea of a tracker system for all projects and programs to better understand the total demand, feasibility stage, and implementation probability. Currently, we see a lot of interest and project volume, but it is difficult to predict how many of these projects will be finally implemented or the status of implementation. Overall, we would like to emphasize on the importance of partnerships and collaboration in all activities ISA is doing. Many global organizations are moving in similar directions and establish similar programs and initiatives, and it is for utmost importance for all of our activities to be aligned and streamlined. We will only be able to achieve a just energy transition if we strengthen our partnerships and reduce duplications of work. In terms of HR and organizational matters, we noticed that ISA has currently 15 staff members and 6 staff members left since the last General Assembly in 2022, which is in our view a very high fluctuation of trained and skilled staff. We highly recommend ISA to look into this matter carefully, as staff is the greatest asset, and to develop appropriate hiring and retaining strategies and develop an internal culture, including training possibilities and career path development. Furthermore, we acknowledge the continuous contribution of the Indian government to ISA. We would like to thank the government of India for their generous contribution towards the ISA funding. We also welcome the support of external parties and philanthropists. Ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely hope that we can continue discussion in the next ISA General Assembly in October, and we can welcome you back at COP28 here in the UAE shortly after. The challenges around climate change are enormous, but they come with opportunities which are important for people and the planet. Solar and other renewable energy solutions have the potential to contribute to the mix of solutions. As Dr. Sultan Jaber, the COP28 President Designate mentioned in his letter to parties, tripling renewable energy capacity and doubling the rate of energy efficiency improvements across sectors by 2030 are required to complement the envisioned mitigation outcome. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Nayal. I will ask all the members to make their statements within 2 to 3 minutes. Anyone, please, now. You can place your hand or open the mic. Yes, Honorable Minister from Bhutan.
Sorry, there is some time, so I thought we will just take a few minutes to update that.
Please.
Firstly, Bhutan joined ISA formally through its internal process and ratifications in 13th October 2022. So we're there almost for a year. Also, thank you, ISA, for considering Bhutan as one of the Star Sea location. Our internal process is almost complete and will be soon there. Also, I would like to thank UAE for organizing this 5th general meeting. Just to update about Bhutan, why we are so much interested in solar. Bhutan is just now 100% renewable energy, that is but hydro. And the problem with our hydro is it is run up the river scheme. So therefore, there is fluctuation during winter. Thus, in the very quick short run, it's only solar which we are looking forward. So we are looking forward to have around 500 megawatt of solar by another 2 to 3 years. and then around around 1,000 megawatt, 500 megawatt by 2 to 3 years to initiate, and around 1,000 megawatt by another 10 years. Bhutan has around 12 gigawatt of solar possibilities, but limited with its mountainous terrain and then surface. We don't see that we will be there, but we need solar very much. We have very recently initiated a solar farm, which is median in its term, that is 17.35 megawatt. This is first solar farm in utility scale, and it's grid tied. We're also initiating rooftops, all are grid tied. Currently, Bhutan produces around 2,326 megawatt of hydropower, and by next year it will produce 3,464, and by 2030 we will produce around 5,000. But as I said, these are all run up the river scheme. Thus, we need solar as batteries, as backup, and also to make our energy secure in winter. Bhutan is electrified 99.97%. We have some remote places. That is why we are joining in the mini grid and solar farm projects initiatives of ISA. It's very important for us. Thank you so much, and I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much for your comments. And
Anyone? Yes, please.
Good afternoon and namaste. Respected Chair of the session, honorable ministers and distinguished delegates. I extend warm greetings on behalf of Nepal and express our commitment to the ISA's mission of promoting solar energy for sustainable development. It is my pleasure to inform you that we have submitted framework agreement to Parliament for the ratification. We made remarkable progress in expanding its electricity access to 96% of the total population. We are working to achieve the target of increasing electricity access to 100% of the population within 2 years by utilizing all the available resources, emphasizing small-scale solar, mini-grids, and solar wind hybrids for better access and livelihoods. We have witnessed a substantial increase in solar installations across the nation. Nepal has implemented progressive policies, incentives, and regulations to promote solar energy adoption and continually updating and refining our policy framework to foster a conducive environment for solar energy growth. Ladies and gentlemen, we may collaborate to share best practices, joint research, mutual support to overcome challenges, and capacity building. Let's explore joint projects, data sharing, and harmonize policies to foster a conducive environment for solar growth. Ladies and gentlemen, as we work towards a sustainable future, 3 critical areas require our attention. We must ensure affordable and accessible financing mechanisms for solar projects. Further, building a skilled workforce in the solar energy sector is crucial to meet the growing demand for solar installations. At last, regional and international cooperations in renewable energy initiatives is essential to tackle climate change. By focusing on these aspects, we can accelerate the adoption of solar energy and pave the way toward a cleaner and greener world. Nepal is fully committed to ISA's vision and objectives, recognizing solar's pivotal role in combating climate change. We are eager to collaborate with other ISA member countries for our renewable energy goals. Together, we will create a greener future. Thank you. Thank you so much.
thank you, Minister. Thank you.
I now invite Republic of Vanuatu.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you for the opportunity to deliver a short statement in which I am very much honored. Let me take this opportunity to thank the ISA and the government of UAE to facilitate this event and bring us to this beautiful show. As a firm believer in the potential of solar energy to transform our world, I stand here with a profound sense of responsibility to contribute to the goals of the ISA and advocate for a sustainable future powered by clean and renewable energy. Vanuatu recognizes the importance of solar energy in combating climate change and promoting the sustainable development cannot be overstated. As we face the global challenges of increasing carbon emissions, limited fossil fuel resources, and the devastating impact of climate change, it is evident that we must urgently transition to renewable energy source with solar power at the forefront of our efforts. Vanuatu is fully committed to the objectives set forth by the International Solar Alliance. We understand the necessity of deploying solar energy on a large scale, particularly in such rich regions to foster economic growth, energy security, and social equity for all nations, regardless of their development status. The ISA's commitment to mobilize affordable financing, share best practice, and facilitate technology transfer aligns perfectly with our national goals. We firmly believe in the power of collective actions and cooperation among member countries to achieve a more sustainable and prosperous future for generations to come. First, I call on the Secretary to engage with us, member countries, more to deliver these objectives. Within Vanuatu, we are taking significant strides to promote our solar energy as a major component of our energy portfolio, including other renewable energy technologies such as wind, geothermal, biodiesel, coconut oil. Vanuatu, in its National Energy Roadmap 2016-2030 and its recent submitted enhanced NDC, reiterate its ambitious goal of transition close to 100 renewable energy generation by 2030. However, these strides meet our 100% RE obligation to UNFCCC is subject to strong technical and financial support. We have undertaken studies to advance solar technology and promote their widespread integration into our power grid. Further, we are implementing policies to encourage investment in solar projects and incentives to adoption of solar energy in residential, commercial, and industrial sector. In recent Fifth Pacific Regional Energy Transport Ministers meeting held in Port Vila in May this year, six leaders agreed to adjust an equitable transition pathway with an emphasis to establish an energy commissioner to oversee the just equitable transition. We have witnessed the profound positive impact in these initiatives, not only in reducing carbon emissions, but also in creating jobs, boosting local economies, and empowering communities with energy independence. In conclusion, as a member country of the International Solar Alliance, Vanuatu is resolute in its dedication to sustainable future powered by solar energy. We believe that collective actions, international cooperation, and innovative solutions, we can overcome the challenge ahead and create a world where solar energy serves as a cornerstone of a clean, brighter, and more equitable future. Vanuatu fully supports the STARS, Sea, and Solar Facility Initiative and can call on ISA to fully engage in Vanuatu implement this initiative, especially to being with a STARS initiative, which we find most needed to the country. Furthermore, and most importantly, I call on the Secretary to collaborate with Vanuatu in implementing tangible solar electrification program to our last mile communities promoting energy in agriculture, fisheries, and trade. I wish to commend ISA for its continued effort in assisting member countries to deliver its renewable energy objectives. Let us march together forward hand in hand, unite the vision of a sustainable world as we harness the boundless power of the sun to illuminate the path together a brighter future for all humanity. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Minister. Thank you. Now I ask Kingdom of Cambodia, Honorable Secretary of State.
Honorable Chair, Director General ISS, ladies and gentlemen. It is my great pleasure to join Your Excellency in this fifth meeting of the Regional Committee for the Asia and Pacific review on the ISS activity in its strategy priorities through deliberation among a member country, especially for the of Asia and the Pacific region. And I would like to express my sincere appreciation to the government of United Arab Emirates and ISA for the hosting the important event for this excellent administrative and arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, as Cambodia economy grow and develop to cope with the new challenge emerging from the continued growth of energy demand, Ministry of Mine and Energy does not only have the duty to ensure more accessible, reliable, affordable energy supply, but also has responsibility to consider options to develop use the energy in more sustainable way. It is in the context that the ministry has been kind of looking into opportunity to maximize the adoption of renewable energy technology, energy efficiency, which could support Cambodia embarking on clean and more efficient energy transition, while they achieve energy security at the same time. This option are being thoroughly analyzed and major planning documenting that Cambodia is currently preparing, especially the Power Development Plan 2020-2040. In any circumstance, energy efficiency is set to become the central pillar of the energy policy in Cambodia, both in terms of energy security and energy sustainability. In addition to achieve SDG Goal 7, Cambodia also plan to work together with ISS, member country, and relevant stakeholders to address the issues of energy access, energy security, and energy transition. Cambodia appreciate it, the ISA multi-faceted support, and we applaud for the development of country partnership framework, a private sector engagement strategy, and plan financial risk mitigation facility. Referring to working document, we took note the action taken by the ISS Secretary in regard to ISS strategic plan, update the ISS flagship initiative, One World, One Grid initiative, the development of country partnership framework, and programmatic support member country. Referring to working document regarding the ISA program and initiative, Cambodia appreciate effort by ISA policy capacity building, assistant development member country, programmatic support to LDC and SIDC member country, analytic and advocacy support to all member country, and on effective and efficiency management of ISA and ISA secretary operation. Concerning to the update of the ISS Star Center University, ISS Solar, its Startup Challenge, ISA Global Facility, and the private sector engagement strategy, Cambodia would like to congratulate the ongoing achievement and strong effort made by ISA Secretary. In this regard, to that Cambodia is ready to work with the ISA technical team to fill the country mission in coming to further discuss and explore the potential collaboration in scaling solar energy, specifically focusing on solar, mini grid, and the start up of the ISA Star Center. Ladies and gentlemen, to the end, we would like to express my heartfelt appreciation for the hospitality extended to Cambodia delegate and wish the meeting result fruitful in manner. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. I now invite our Deputy Minister, Republic of Maldives. Oh, sorry, not the Maldives, Myanmar. Please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Minglaba and very good afternoon, Excellency, ladies and gentlemen. I am Wimian from Myanmar, Ministry of Electric Power. As we all know, energy security is obviously priority for all. Thus, we need to use limited energy sources responsibly and react to treat the climate change. I am appreciate to the Director General of ISA and ISA team for their improvement activities of solar energy promotion. Currently, our power system is composed by hydropower and mainly and natural gas. The solar power is a few percentage, about 3%, and another few percentage from coal power. In order to achieve the national electrification efficiently, environmental friendly, the share of solar power and our renewable energy in the generation will increase gradually, without affecting our system stability. At present, existing 180 megawatts solar power plants are generating to our power system, and another power plant implementation stage. Within 2 years, our solar power plant will be over 100 megawatt, over 1,000 megawatt. So its solar generation mix will be about 12% in our power system. In our country, we are implementing clean fuel projects such as electrification, lay down and rooftop solar, and we lay down the policy and regulation for the renewable sector, and solar for self-consumption and exporting excess power to the grid. To be in line with the UNFCCC decision, we Myanmar deployed nationally determined contribution. We have the challenge to achieve the target of national determined contribution. It will require to provide international support to upgrade our power system to be smart grid. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, I am sure that today our meeting will help in enhancing cooperation toward overcoming the challenge facing the renewable energy and strengthen cooperation between our countries. Thank you, Mr. Chair and ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Minister. Thank you. I now invite Republic of Singapore, please.
Thank you very much, Chair. I would like to commend India's leadership in setting up the International Solar Alliance. And I'd like to thank the UAE government for hosting the in-person meeting for this regional committee. Thank you so much. And congratulate also the DG of the International Solar Alliance Secretariat, as well as the Vice President in chairing this meeting very efficiently. Thank you so much. We're very pleased to have submitted Singapore's signed ISA framework agreement and instrument of ratification just last month. So we are a very new member of the ISA. Thank you for welcoming us. Renewable energy, including solar energy, will be the key for many developing countries transitioning to low emission energy sources. So we're keen to be part of this effort. I also note with interest the ISA Secretariat's deliberations and suggestion in possibly citing the Global Solar Facility in Singapore. I'll be happy to facilitate communications with the relevant agencies in Singapore to help with your deliberations. And I look forward to working with ISA members as a whole to enhance our cooperation on climate change, including by working together on renewable energy. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite from Republic of the Marshall Islands, representative from Marshall Islands, please.
Thank you, Chairman. Chairman, honorable ministers, colleagues, and friends. First of all, on behalf of my government, the Republic of the Marshall Islands, I would like to thank the ISA and the government of the United Arab Emirates for the invitation to participate in this regional committee meeting and the warm Arabian welcome. Climate change has and will always be a personal and taxing issue for us. Fast-tracking the energy transition cannot be overstated. Time is not on the Pacific side. We see the effects every single day. We are committed in doing our share for finding a global solution. The Marshall Islands was one of the first countries in the world to prepare and submit a long-term decarbonization pathway to the United Nations Framework Convention on Climate Change, as called for under the Paris Agreement. Any and all solutions must be explored to ensure not just a sustainable future, but more specifically for low-lying island states, a future. To this end, may I reiterate our government's support of this alliance and our willingness to work hand in hand in our common goal to building a better, cleaner, and sustainable future. And may I congratulate our host country, the UAE, and the International Solar Alliance for becoming global leaders in finding and sharing global solutions for a global problem. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite Independent State of Samoa.
Testing. Thank you. Honorable Chair, Director General, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, Talo Falaba, that's how we say Talo Falaba, is how we say hello in our country. On behalf of our Minister of the Natural Resources and Environment, we would like to deliver our country statement on Samoa's engagement with ISA. But before I start, it is a pleasure for us to be here to bring our small island state into the big countries and to promote ourselves as one of the main Pacific islands that are affected by the effects of climate change. The ISA ratification instrument was signed by the Honorable Prime Minister at the time in March 2019, and the framework agreement signed by Samoa's ambassador to Japan in December 2019. Now, the Ministry of Natural Resources and Environment, where I work as a technical and focal contact point, has endeavored to capitalize on the opportunities for renewable energy related projects provided through the ISA facility. When ISA first interacted with Samoa, their main objective mainly focused on solarizing national facilities, such as hospitals and so forth. Samoa was very much interested in this initiative. However, this was also the same time the world had faced a worldwide pandemic, and that is the COVID-19. All facilities and workplaces was on lockdown, and it was very difficult for us to get the job done due to the major delays. However, we did not stop here. We then wrote back to ISA if we can switch the focus from solarizing facilities to procuring solar streetlights, and it was one of the highest demand in Samoa at the time, and still is. In March of 2022, which is last year, Samoa have successfully completed and submitted its first ISA proposal for phase 1 funding worth of $50K USD. This proposal mainly focused on supplying Samoa with solar streetlights, and it has become the highest demand from public. Through ISA, Samoa is now able to procure locally 274 solar streetlights directly for schools and church communities. As of 2023, Samoa has made significant strides in promoting and implementing solar energy activities, showcasing its commitment to sustainable development and environmental conservation, recognizing the country's heavy reliance on important fossil fuels and the vulnerability of its small island economy to vitalize energy prices. the Samoan government has taken proactive measures to harness its abundant solar resources. In conclusion, we do believe that the ISA initiatives for all member countries really contribute to its own NDC targets towards COP meetings. As of Samoa, we do believe if we continue with ISA's initiative on these solarization projects, we will surely reach our national determined contribution target that by the year 2031, Samoa's national determined contribution, Samoa's electricity will be powered by 70% renewable energy sources. However, with all the agenda items that have been discussed today, Samoa would love to be part of it all, to keep this ISA and Samoa bond active. Thank you.
Thank you. I now invite the Republic of Fiji.
Honorable Chair, Director General of International Solar Alliance, Your Excellencies, respected member states, ladies and gentlemen, Bulabinaka, Marhaba, and a good afternoon. I wish to join other ISA members to firstly acknowledge the Director General and his able staff for this great opportunity for the Asia and Pacific members to be updated and share our joint expectation of the ISA program leading up to COP28 that will be hosted by this great nation, UAE, later this year. In this regard, I wish to congratulate UAE in hosting this 5th meeting of Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region. Mr. Chair, for Fiji's 5-year and 20-year National Development Plan, Fiji is committed to provide 100% electricity to all Fijians by 2026. Fiji is also adamant to increase the renewable targets to 100% in the overall electricity supply mix. By 2030, Fiji is confident to reduce 10% of carbon dioxide emissions from the energy efficiency improvements. So collectively, Mr. Chair, these measures will reduce the Fijian energy sector total carbon dioxide emissions by around 30% in 2030. With regards to the ISA programs in Fiji, Mr. Chair, again, we would like to commend and sincerely thank Director General for all the ITC trainings programs that have been offered to our officers over the past few years. Fiji also acknowledged the current ISA program in Fiji and hoping to finalize the project's implementation framework with ISAs for the projects to commence in September this year. We do also waiting for the ISA team mission to visit Fiji for the second phase of the other projects, and we do request for an early implementation. Furthermore, Mr. Chair, we would like to follow up and reiterate on one of our earlier requests in the appointment of the regional focal points in the respective region in view of the increase of projects within the regions. To conclude, Mr. Chair, I would like to thank you for your great leadership and also for ISA for the smooth facilitation and the other members for making this meeting a great success. Shukran, and thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I now invite New Zealand.
Thank you, Honourable Chair, Director General of the UAE as our host, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. New Zealand is delighted to attend this ISA Asia Pacific regional meeting today as an observer, and thank you for the invitation. New Zealand signed the framework agreement on the establishment of the ISA in February of this year. We are currently undertaking our domestic processes to ratify the framework agreement and become an ISA member. We consider the ISA to be an excellent example of international cooperation in the face of climate change, supporting the development and sharing of climate energy expertise. The ISA has the potential to augment New Zealand's own efforts to meet our international commitments on carbon neutrality by 2050. As we have heard today from our colleagues, solar energy is essential to achieving our region's renewable energy ambitions, and New Zealand, as a country in the Pacific, is proud of our long history of supporting solar energy transition, including through partnerships with the Cook Islands, Tuvalu, Samoa, Tonga, Vanuatu, Niue, Kiribati, Solomon Islands, Papua New Guinea, and Nauru. We welcome the ISA's efforts in deploying solar energy solutions, including its capacity building initiatives and support in the solarization of healthcare centres, schools, and solar water pumping facilities. We are pleased to be joining our Pacific partners already working with the ISA on this important work. We are looking forward to engaging further with the ISA and its members to collectively deliver the outcomes that will create lasting impact for us all and our future generations. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, New Zealand. Now I ask Republic of Nauru. Thank you.
Thank you,
your
Chair.
comments, please.
Your Excellencies, honorable ministers, distinguished delegates and colleagues. Thank you for the kind welcome. I would like to thank the ISA and the United Arab Emirates for hosting this event. It is my honor to present the Republic of Nauru on this regional committee for the Asia Pacific region. Lying just 40 kilometers down the equator, Nauru is blessed with plentiful sunlight throughout the year. These conditions allow for us to use solar as an effective and viable energy source. Effectively, bringing the resources of the sun and ocean together is vital for the sustainable development of our regions, and we are pleased with ISA's engagement to advance work in these areas. The ISA has already demonstrated its ability to support Nauru with a number of important efforts, like the solar training program and the ongoing preparations for the solar-powered RO drinking water project. These types of solutions are vital throughout our region, which often face water security challenges. Nauru has already made much progress in reaching a target of 50% of grid electricity supplied from renewable energy resources and aspires to achieve a more ambitious target of 100% renewable energy by 2050. As per our updated NDCs, as mentioned in our updated NDCs. But for countries like Nauru, project financing is an ongoing challenge. For the ISA to continue to be truly transformational, it needs to play an important role in mobilizing climate finance for tangible projects. We urge the ISA to further examine the modalities of loans and lines of credit and give more consideration to the implementation of tangible projects than technical assistance projects. It would be prudent for ISA, in conjunction with the multilateral development banks, organizations, to look into other types of funding, especially grants, particularly in the context of small and micro states that fall into high and middle income status. With just 7 years remaining to achieve the SDGs, we are not on track to deliver the central transformation promise of the 23 agenda of leaving no one behind. But renewable energy technologies give us the power to change this with immediate coordinated action. I thank you.
Thank you, Excellencies. Any country? Kiribati, please.
Honorable Chair, Honorable DG, Honorable Ministers present, Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen. As a country which is deeply affected by the climate change, it's almost a battle of survival for us. The help from ISA has come in at the most crucial times, and we look forward to a great association from the ISA. On behalf of the Ministry of Infrastructure and Sustainable Energy of the Government of Kiribati, I would like to thank the ISA for all the support it is giving to us in our solar commitments. The Starseas progress is in the final stages, and we hope to set it up by the end of this year. A demonstration project has been completed in a remote island, and a junior secondary school has been solarized, which has been fully funded by the ISA. We are preparing for some more proposals for solarizing some schools and hospitals in the remote islands. As a main source of transportation between the islands, we would like to seek help from the ISA in solarizing the ferries and also some specially designed capacity building programs. I would once again like to thank the ISA for all the support and would like to reiterate the government of Kiribati's commitment to achieve its solar goals with the help of the International Solar Alliance. I also take this opportunity to thank the government of the United Arab Emirates for the wonderful hospitality it has provided. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Before I go to any next agenda, anybody from, please, Tubali.
Thank you, Chair, for the opportunity. And on behalf of the Ministry of Transport, Energy and Tourism and the Government of Tuvalu, we thank the International Solar Alliance, ISA, for the support and hard work that have put in place in organizing this 5th regional meeting. Also convey our sincere thanks and appreciation to the UAE government for hosting this important meeting. Congratulations for the job well done. Tuvalu, as you may know, is one of the smallest countries in the world geographically and demographically. As the forefront of climate change, we are fighting very hard to be 100% completely phasing out from reliance on diesel generation power, but to invest more in solar and other renewable resources. We need more assistance from ISA to implement all the initiatives that I've covered in your presentations today. Currently, with the status of Tuvalu solar energy, 19% has been feeding into the main grid. It is anticipated that by the completion of the ongoing solar project funded by the World Bank and ADB, which is the Increasing Renewable Energy project and the Energy Sustainable Development Project, as well as with the continued assistance from ISA, will enable Tuvalu to meet its ambitious target by 2030. We are therefore looking forward to continue working closely with ISA to leverage all the assistance as well as lessons learned from other countries in our region, as well as in the Asia region. UAE, as mentioned, is one of the leading countries in the world in terms of the technology and renewable energy solutions. We are also therefore pledging assistance from UAE government on possible solutions that suit the context of Tuvalu. Together, we can achieve clean energy by 2030 and be sustained beyond that. Tafidai Lassi, Shukran, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. Anyone from any other countries? Please, sir, can I?
Thank you, Chair.
Papua New Guinea, please.
Thank you, Chair. Firstly, Papua New Guinea would like to thank the government of UAE for hosting this very important meeting of the International Solar Alliance, and Chairman, yourself, for taking us through the proceedings today. And of course, Director General of International Solar Alliance. Firstly, Papua New Guinea is grateful for being selected as one of the countries for the Star Sea program, of which we are very grateful with to the government of India and the government of France for facilitating this. And for ISA for choosing Papua New Guinea for the assessment of solar rooftop on the government buildings in Papua New Guinea, and we would like to see that progress, project progress, and take a foothold in Papua New Guinea, so that we have a footprint in Papua New Guinea for the ISA projects. And of course, we see these two projects and moving our partnership forward. As we progress our policy to align with solar transition, we would like to see ourselves in the energy space to provide energy for Papua New Guinea, of which 85% of the people living in the rural areas. So with that, we thank you for our participation in this important program meeting, and we look forward to the 6th meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, High Commissioner. Thank you. Anyone left behind? We are already in the end of the sessions. So before go to the agenda, let me give the statements from our country, Bangladesh, honorable ministers, delegates, and distinguished guests. Now, as the State Minister from the Power, Energy, and Mineral Resources of Bangladesh, I would like to take this opportunity to briefly share some initiatives that we have taken in Bangladesh. As we progress for a developing country to a middle-income nation, our strategies are deeply rooted in fuel diversifications, clean energy, and climate change mitigations. Under the visionary leadership of our Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, we are resolute in our commitment to embrace renewable energy sources and reduce our carbon footprint. We have already expressed our aspiration in COP26 to have 40% of our energy from renewable sources, from clean energy sources from 2041. We recognize that this goal is an ambitious one, but our determination drives us to make remarkable strides in scaling up renewable energy in our country. We have adopted and implemented various policies and initiatives to promote renewable energy, energy efficiency, and cleaner use of fossil fuels. We are developing new policies and plans to pave the way of energy transition. This includes Integrated Energy and Power Master Plan, Mujib Climate Prosperity Plan, Solar Energy Roadmap, Roadmap to Scale Up Solar Irrigations 2023 to 2031, a new renewable energy policy. We have successfully materialized the world's largest solar power disseminations program with approximately 6 million solar home systems providing electricity to over 20 million people. These efforts have made a substantial impact on the lives of our citizens, empowering communities and access to clean and renewable electricity. In line with our commitment to green and clean energy, I am proud to share that Bangladesh has taken a bold step by moving away from implementing 10 coal-based power plants projects, amounting to approximately $10 billion of investments. This decision signifies our unwavering dedications to combating climate change and embracing clean energy solutions. Even though it may have financial repercussions, I humbly request the support and understanding of this esteemed committee to help us attract investments in our power sector to offset these financial challenges. We have set a target to install 24,000 megawatt renewable energy capacities by 2041. We have already installed around 1,200 megawatt of renewable energy capacity, which is 4.24% of our current electricity generation capacity mix. We are processing on 108 renewable projects, which will add approximately 10,000 megawatt of renewable power. As a densely populated nation, we face unique challenges in implementing renewable energy projects, especially solar power projects. Our electricity usage pattern differs from many developing countries, making solar power unstable as a base load. Furthermore, land scarcity poses a major hurdle for solar projects. Therefore, we wholeheartedly welcome technology transfer and research initiatives to overcome these challenges. In conclusion, I express my utmost confidence in the collective efforts of the International Solar Alliance and its member countries to promote clean energy.
collaboration and knowledge sharing together, we may have the power to accelerate the global transition away from fossil fuels and forge a prosperous, equitable, and clean energy future for generations to come. Distinguished audience, with this, I'd like to conclude my update on Bangladesh scenario. Thank you to your kind direction. Now, I'd like to thank all the honorable members. Thank you for the interventions and request the ISA Secretary to take note of all the inputs and comments and guidance provided at this forum. I would also encourage the honorable members to work closely with the ISA Secretary to develop these inputs into tangible actions. Thank you. We can now move to agenda 11. I now invite the honorable members to raise any other matters of urgent importance for the consideration of the committee or the General Assembly of the ISA. Please.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. In this part of the agenda, any other business, I thought I would take the opportunity to share with you that the reports that were mentioned here, whether it was about the geographical diversification of manufacturing or about the use of solar mini grids to provide rural energy access, or about the hydrogen hub, or about the solar facility, or about the winners of the solar startup challenge, are all contained in this pen drive, which is in all your bags. The second issue that I just wanted to bring to your notice was that at the Assembly last year, you had approved a voluntary contribution program requesting the small island states and the least developed countries to support us with a support of $10,000 a year. The developing countries to support us with the support of about $25,000 a year, and the developed countries with the support of $50,000 a year. We request that these monies, or at least commitments to these monies, are made available to us at the earliest. The last point, sir, that I wanted to mention was that the next assembly of the International Solar Alliance would be held on the 31st of October in New Delhi. You will be hearing about it formally from us, but we would very much like you to block your calendars for the 31st of October for the assembly, and the following day for a day of exciting technological movements that have occurred, which we are arranging together with the International Solar Energy Society. Sir, I thank you.
Thank you, Director General. Now, I move to the last and final agenda is 12, closing of the meeting. On behalf of the members of the Regional Committee for Asia and the Pacific region, I extend my congratulations to the ISS Secretariat for the commendable efforts in facilitating effective regional engagements. We eagerly anticipate the continued advancement of these regional engagement mechanisms in the future. I express my gratitude to the national focal points for Asia and Pacific region for their valuable collaboration with the ISS Secretariat on significant initiatives and milestones and for facilitating these meetings. The 5th meeting of the Regional Committee, Asia and the Pacific region has proven highly productive, with comprehensive discussion on various ISA initiatives that hold immense potential in shaping the future of the global solar energy sector. Once again, I sincerely thank all the honorable members of the Standing Committee, representative of the ISA partner organizations, and all special invitees for your participation and contribution. I wish you a pleasant stay in Abu Dhabi. Thank you all.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank the Honorable Minister for chairing this meeting. I know that he had to work especially hard, and in a sense, he preferred, I would say, sir, you preferred to come here than go with the Prime Minister on another visit. Thank you very, very much.
You have given me time, we can finish it within two. And I've done that. Thank you. Thank you. It's, thank you.